下课开始喽！今天应该就可以破完了吧？来做一大堆精神驱虫手雷。精神驱虫雷，11个。看有没有罐子。不行，用罐子。用君主的宝珠。君主的宝珠也不行。用什么来做？空手雷。空手雷，就有人买，我去船上看看。
Godwoken, how can I help?
有卖一些材料啊，我真的给我。36万。
Go with honor.
打回。
You must truly save my company, Godwoken. Something you wanted?
复活卷7张，伟人符文框架。
These Godwoken are going to be the death of me.
召剑师。
Like to take a look at what I've been working on. Go on.
紫山强攻，一堆铜弩，紧握之手，魅惑剑，一回合。有其他商人。 空手雷怎么那么少？我去营地那边看看。
Jehan runs his fingers across his temples and scalp, intermittently squeezing and massaging, as if nursing a severe headache.
做分裂手雷。这是我卖给他的。 动着。
A drama leak. I'll enjoy.
分一下复活卷。
I've got sword fighters, knaves, archers, all willing to fight by your side if the price is right.
螺丝还可以再塞更多。可惜我没有降噪符文，有巨型降噪符文，有一堆小的。19，冰霜伤害多少？来看我抗性，52，毒素只能60。找这边的商人买东西。
In need of something, traveller? If the harbour's anything to go by, you don't want to venture out unprepared.
信徒的裤子。
Keep strong. Lucia will preserve you.
有人卖材料的啊。
In need of something, traveller? If the harbour's anything to go by, you don't want to venture out. It's a dangerous path ahead, friends. Best to stock up.
I must have breathed in some of that death fog. Oh, my lungs.
I feel awful. Hopefully Lucia
You come to the city, I suppose. Like the rest of us. Whatever your purpose, I want to visit Lucian's shrine to find answers. But perhaps word comes that access is forbidden. There is fighting. I hear magic.
大无处就是虚空异兽，其他商人呢？
I hope order's restored soon. It isn't the same, praying.
你是普通朝圣者，
Hopefully Lucia will can't be his blessing.
No, I'm holding.
富有的朝圣者。
I'm the last merchant till inside the city gate. Get what you need, or you'll regret it.
我看看，是广场。
Another card.
我是卖东西的材料。
Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if they
你
The elf stands in front of a cart displaying various
哎
sundries.
呦，东西很多，13张复活
Gives you
卷
a，broad smile.
There's bodies
哎呦，空手雷，
This place isn't free, not anymore.
红皮，
All those broken arrows
骨粉，千层，
cut out.
美国箭头，
The paladins killed unarmed magistrates. Didn't even let them surrender.
So long as the arrows Too fly.
白技能区，
What do you think the
有
paladins
目死神之处
would。do if they gone wrong like that?
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
有独特的东西，还有
This place isn't
卢塔朗特魔王，全部都加2，加2，加2，加2，加2，加2，超导效应，力量14。
Hear ye, hear ye.
哩哩哩哩，
I heard that the paladins killed unarmed magisters. Didn't even let them surrender.
Too loud. What do you think the paladins
Seems
would do to
insane.
us if they heard you gone wrong like that?
Arx is still a free
钱很多
city,
耶，
last time I checked.
也可以把技能全部卖掉。
Bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
Trouble brewing in the ancient empire. Dallas strengthens border defenses.
通胀破冰， 说3本破冰。
All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out.
Some are still good. What you looking for?
I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
Queen Justinia confronts rebel factions. Dwarven royal stands tall.
这不可以卖。
I heard that the paladins killed unarmed magisters. Didn't even let them surrender.
Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if they heard you going wrong like that?
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
嗯，这个好像不错。俄罗斯没有死灵许牌，火焰许牌是完全不需要。没人点火焰许牌。
All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out.
Some are still good. What you looking for?
I heard that the paladins killed unarmed magisters. Didn't even let them surrender.
Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if they heard you going wrong like that?
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
Lord Kem's paladins back in
There's
charge.
bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
Don't fret, my friend, and don't fall.
很多东西出去。
Paladins killed
I
unarmed
welcome newcomers
magisters.
and
Didn't
natives
even
alike.
let them
We
surrender.
shall train. We shall talk.
Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if they heard you going wrong like that?
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike.
鲜血风暴。
We shall talk.
I heard that the paladins killed unarmed magisters. Didn't even let them
御风
surrender.
术移除地表，只有地表而已。
Do to us if they heard you going wrong like that?
Some are still good.
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies
Bodies in the
straight.
streets.
I welcome
This
newcomers
place
and
isn't
natives
free, not
alike.
有
anymore.
其他商人
Train. We shall talk.
哦，
Back in business. Thank the gods for Lord Cam, eh? He sorted out them
更
void
多封
woken.
锁雷。
Now, what'll it be?
I'll give you that.
Dwarven royal stands tall.
OK，做更多精神驱虫手雷。
Hunters, I've got the wares you need. Hear ye!
连风暴、油瓶、有汽油弹，可以做3个出来。
Roll up, don't
You're
be
gonna
shy.
make purchase or what?
恋爱手雷，剑士、
All those broken arrows. You've got your
魅惑箭头，哦，蜂蜜就可以做。
What you looking for?
神气云箭头，
Get out of here, you dirty mutt.
火加任意水源，
No hurry!
电击、乌云剑、地之本源、冻结、火之本源、
Roll up, don't be shy.
火加任意油。
Magisters routed. Lord Kem's paladins back in charge.
魔点有啥？技能书、卷轴，值299张。
Shoo, you flea bag, shoo!
My time is meant for selling and bartering, not for wasting.
Roll up,
这种尸体
roll up, don't be shy.
刺血再生，
All those broken arrows. You've got your work
然后操纵白骨寡妇的剑选走，
What you looking for? I'm not picky, so long as the
哦
arrow
没有，
flies straight.
保持一大堆鸡爪选走会做。
Roll up, don't be shy.
Doors party on!
They got damage to the bike. It'll fix up.
You're confident.
金属智慧，正义者，背水战，破处，
Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
Magistrates routed! Lord Kemp Paladin's back in charge!
是不是该来找凯姆对峙一下？
Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
没事就想打凯姆，凯姆现打。
Kem will find something down in that vault. Always gets.
我是没力人了，吸一下。连杀戮油温也吸一下。凯姆嘞？凯姆跑了。
Never figured the magic. Does this place feel a little tight to you? Like a 2-quart sack stuffed with 4 quarts of taters?
凯姆不见，小大教堂，跟着找阿布大人的守卫讲一下，阿布大人被关起来了。
How did they get past the guards?
I'm wasted in this place. Any fool.
Lord Ahu must be found.
不能回报。
You there! We're looking into the disappearance of Lord.
Overthrown the Magisters. Lord Ahu is missing.
没办法回报。去玩具店。
I pledge my heart to Lucian. Please return.
现在就是玩具店2楼坏坏的。
Run away, everyone! Run away!
Roll up, don't be shy.
对，伤人。
Eyes over here, yeah? I know she's pretty, but my wife's here to work.
沃尔
not a
达
dog
马斯，
Now, what a little
巴的。 雷云风暴。
I'm just the one that hammers and so.
唐纳达。
She nods a greeting.
风墙。
Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
In Arcs for Lucian's that.
You're either the hunter or the hunted, my friend. Either way, I'll get you situated.
五虎戒指。德塞斯利维尔，斯巴德。
Look, by all means, but do not touch them. Do return, should you find it necessary.
同治良心。
All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out.
Some are still good. What you looking for?
I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
For the choosing.
我找了女王之后，要不要跟罗斯回报？可是他已经跑了。
All safe.
我看看。罗斯嘞？也在。
Our business is done.
不跟我讲话。
A pleasure doing business. Really? Whew, this is amazing news. But what of the Queen? What's been going on? Is she safe?
跑到凯姆的庄园去了。
Then she is safe, thank Duna's bushy bristles.
他应该是不太安全，因为凯姆是神王的手下。
It burdens my heart truly, but I must say farewell now. Take this, a good reward for good decisions.
Mikhail returns to his boxes and sacks, though he no longer places items in them, but removes them.
哎呦，有啥？十九等东西。1968。太阳之石，征服者，双手杖，加3智力，没有了好。 我是要开跑了，没有，继续待着。
My thanks. Both Justinian and I can rest safely. Well, as safely as this void-ridden world will allow, at least.
啊，也是啊，死亡之物都已经被我阻止了，也没有必要跑。看看2。警报！警报！魔幻玩偶。
The puppet looks at you with what almost amounts to curiosity. You sense power from within it.
You're not supposed to be here. Just what do you think you're doing?
有所隐瞒。
The only thing I'm hiding is my desire to teach a trespasser a lesson, and I'm doing an increasingly poor job of it. Now answer me.
这个一定说服失败，因为不是在跟我讲话。失败。
You're nothing but a rotten interloper.
直接打起来！你不用蜜源魔法，你不是只有一点点蜜源吗？你要怎么用？太神啦！ 闪避，永久闪避。永久闪避是什么鬼？太夸张了！就直接把魔法玩偶的命运给吸走，而不是直接爆开啊！不行，我们无法互加。护甲怎么那么高？直接 K 死！哇，一凡火力也太高了。啊，这个闪避可不可以用什么东西消掉？好像不能。只能大范围攻击把他打死。小蟹，流血，猎击剑，没命中，流血，1672。顶起来，直接动起来。外热开射。哦对啊，还有闪避，我忘了。12点你闪不了怎么样？顶起来。是。他闪得了这个吗？弹道咒诅。也是咒诅。闪不了。还是刚好命中而已，没关系，电死他。本来想说这一刀还不会把他打死，就他自己挂了，好扑。哎，这是元德古币。你家这就是我家，主人都挂了。开锁工具，好多开锁工具，超多开锁工具。每个箱子里面都有东西，这个没有。What the fuck?
Would you like to play? Intruder! Naughty! Naughty! Kill! Kill!
你真的会灭魔法耶！垫起来，我把你砍烂，一剑砍烂。 堆玩具木块，兔爪，再是幸运兔爪，无故针。
Note the blood.
游戏。阿克斯城里面最好的建筑师就这样挂了，东西都是很多。写给格爷单位寄出的信，格爷老弟。 T3格斯蜜源护符，汲取蜜源可以用5次，已经用到4次了。不是是可以储存5次蜜源。玩具剑。 276，带起来。你有什么好说了？
The spirit looks at you with deepest indignation.
怒。
I will tell you nothing. My work is my legacy, and that of my fellows. I will not betray them.
你不告诉我，我也知道怎么走，根本没差。超多木质雕像，放出一只怪。
Where are the children? Intruder! Naughty! Naughty! Kill! Kill!
自己走到我的攻击范围，这么好，一招秒，2861，真的不痛，无意痛，有3个蜜源，一堆番茄酱，看到我自己，应该不会有。 没有，玩具盾牌，秀你！看过。这样，楼下应该也可以捡的吧？这样它就挂了。 下面一大堆，又自己跑过来被打，推迟我的回合。一堆先放蜜源魔法，超痛。 这个在后面竟然射得到，好多。都快挂了。
Prepare yourself. Intruder! Naughty! Naughty! Kill! Kill!
Kill！ 每个人过来都先伤我一发蜜源魔法，这样我怎么受得了？吃，让我被吃到。 快乐开吃。1019，直接比上面还要弱。一只小蟹，鼓的。小魔法护甲，你还吸我！天哪！这个吸，刚好看不到，还是看不到。天哪！怎么走都看不到。动作不许走。快乐开砍，逼死你！砍下3473，那个bomb。你是要去哪里？右吸。极爽美，你用手扒火源，弹射箭，弹枪，回射，死去。把门撞坏，哎，看不到，算了。打超痒，被吃不到。哦，直接戳死！刚亮也被吃得到，好吧？还我蜜源，绝望！快乐开心。视野外，罗长官在旁边，超怕按到他。都是我的。要的目标，谁？完全没有说明。开除工具，开除工具，玩具商人挂电了。这个城镇里面小孩要没有玩具玩，玩进口玩具。箱子藏这么里面，有木偶宝珠，吸，suck。 这里有个箱子。我是本源。很小，坚定意志要紧。可以防控场。去。
The desk is locked tight. Instead of a keyhole,
一切
there's
都
a
是为了
broken
你。
inlay that bears an engraving. It was all for you. Beneath this sits a framed square of blank parchment. The parchment stares back. The desk is
怎么
locked.
涂鸦？
You take a nearby quill and dip it into an inkwell. Then you poise its tip over the framed square of parchment.
可以
The ink is absorbed into the parchment until it vanishes. Somewhere within the desk, a mechanism unlocks with a click.
是哦，猜对了。看手法，赎罪卷轴。神谕责任宽恕你的罪恶。哇哦！嘿，我猜对了。
The spirit continues to scour.
I will tell you.
这赎罪卷轴有写东西吗？沾染蛇毒的飞蛾刺形羊皮纸。它是只能宽恕我一个人的罪，还是我整个队伍的罪？主要是我一个人。我们的罗凯姆呢？外面怎么有一个敌人？这边还有一个没有启动的玩偶。吸。 角色未被启动，那我就送你一程。永眠，砍一刀就死掉。凯姆大人的花园，我的凯姆。凯姆大人到底跑哪里去了？已经不在地下了，让你扒上哪去了？
I'm hiding.
I don't know why Daddy wouldn't let me.
Truly. What better way to spend Lucian's day than drinking tea with friends?
Do you mind? I have guests at present.
我的贵族帽帽。
Shall Lord Kim be joining us, my lady?
She nods at you, a little more curtly than before.
Every citizen of Arx gets at least one invitation to tea every year.
每年至少都能
We all
获
deserve a
得到
taste
一
of
份
luxury
品
from
茶邀
time
请
to
函。
time, do we not? I may live in a resplendent. A pity. My husband could.
Lady Cam's bright cheeks fall and her jaw goes slack.
But I think you'll find present company more than. Yes, indeed. Why, a lady without a property. Would you care to try your hand at it?
三种
I
茶
have
叶，
3 varieties, each as aromatic as the last. I've no. Yes, a classic green from the
绿茶。
ancient kingdom Zia Valley. The leaves certain. Oh,
白茶。
I love this white tea. It's certainly so
纯红
interesting.
茶，
It is pure and black.
喜欢红茶。
You like it spicy.
得到一个红
I
茶
know
叶
you。enjoy this sample so much you'll come back wanting more. Do be careful.
你知道你先生去哪了吗？
Keep your nose clean.
路易嘞，
I'll keep my teeth for.
当自己家在走。凯姆也不在这里。还有卡隆。
Keep your nose clean.
下水道的卡隆到底去哪了？有点好奇。下水道就这么大，它真的去哪里？我也没有线索，一点线索都没有。
Terrans unleashed! The mistake! Repeat!
我们有5个灵魂，只剩下1个人，所以他吸了4个人的灵魂，然后不知道跑到哪里去。
But how do you run experiments on more than 500 people?
It's a waste of time.
Stand back there.
Go on, be safe.
这里也是没人。我错了，完全不知道跑哪去。
The spirit looks crestfallen. He seems to have even forgotten supposed pain of his mortal wound.
Truly? I thought they'd just escaped. Can't let sorcerers keep their sauce. At least the matter's settled. I can rest easy now. Farewell.
Down blue. I'm ready. This is a way. 我东西都已经拿到，为什么还显示在那边？ 阿护大人，我怎么救你啊
The man doesn't respond.
Ghosts. And they're tearing his soul apart.
The spirit ignores you, focused as it is on tearing the source from its captive. It stinks of dark magic. There's nothing in the spirit but pain, its own and that of its captive. He resists the agony, but it's only a matter of time before the spirits tear his source away. The spirit seizes the pain you inflict upon it and turns it back on you. The pain you share nears unbearable levels, and the spirit begins to smile. This is the pinnacle of its existence, and then it exists no more. The pain it gave you ebbs away.
Stop! I told you to leave! You're going to kill me! You can't!
He shudders as fresh waves of pain course through him.
Leave, while you still have a chance, and don't touch the...
He passes out.
逼碰什么？你要讲完啊？怎么知道你要我逼碰什么？你没说逼碰他们，所以我继续碰。
Stop! Yeah! Stop! Please stop! The pain! It's too much!
His face goes slack as the pain renders him senseless. The man is oblivious.
碰是吧？帮你补一下血。
The man doesn't respond to you. The dark stench assails. The spirit seizes the pain you inflict upon it, and then it...
I can't fight. I'm too weak. Our guess.
19等。
Pain only. No beauty.
伪装。绝对压制。1374。 花2点，压制，我操！
My dear Lord Ahu, you should have told me you were expecting visitors.
Run, you fools!
I might ask you the same. This place is mine, after all, and Ahu was my prisoner.
Why, Kim? Why betray everything for which you once stood?
Betray? I didn't betray the Order. I liberated it. As one of Lucian's pawns, I stood for weakness, frailty. And then the God King showed me the world as it could be. He made me a promise. He promised me a path unburdened by Lucian's pathetic need to defend the defenseless. He promised me a world dominated by the worthiest bloodlines across the ages. He promised me a lasting seat at his glorious table in return for my oath. For the king chooses only the strongest, the most loyal, the most deserving. And now, Godwoken, I uphold the final act of my oath. Your execution. You can forget about finding Lucian.
那你最好是要比伊莎贝强一点哦。
Comes from our that poison peddler. A swamp frog is a more
真正选造者的力量。哦，是啊。让我看看。旋风战。火花攻击了。日餐打击了。 哎，你怎么可以动？那我不是把你打倒了？说话说一说就站起来了。哎，还有这样的。还有亵渎者色烂，下去。 有希洛斯哦，有放大哦。还可以。阿胡大人挂了。不对，不对，阿胡大人挂了。 至少他的灵魂还在。不能移动，手开错了。做错了。哦，再戳。二年，睡到自己，自己睡起来。降雨哦，换我了，黄铜就给我去死吧！这样，这样。K 了自己。稳重一点。骑兵。洛斯要挂了。是恐惧之女，能够打洛斯了。那这个祝福卷轴可以放。把它动起来。也有行动点。啊，还有魔法护甲，给忘了。吉贝尔死去。是。掉色。螃蟹。
Prepare yourself.
有电，你吸开武大人干嘛？吸自己头痛。5619。我是不是少个技能？黄木林。哪样呢？哎，暴击！电死你们所有人！ 这一只我没被电到，超讨厌。下来，装模作样。冻死你们！编织者啊，还在编啊！其实一次。阿布兰冻僵子，撞死！耶！阿虎的尸体爆炸了。远距射击。意思。西贝尔又死，每次都是西贝尔死掉。谁死花谁的？花你自己的。为坚定的双手剑，艾姆的偏斜盾，19等而已。温计像是一把钥匙，什么钥匙？夜读者，阿虎大人身上有啥？哎呦，东西不错哦。现在你都已经挂了，应该是不需要了。物尽其用啊！76，来，长柄，匕首叫做长柄，比刚长。腰带，加2报复加1潜行，加2%暴击率，关起来。约子，智力14。倒地免疫，被传送免疫。秒换吗？绿色戒指，铁质腿甲，136。怎么搞换？没有，291230，15，152，换到这个。拔刃，莫坎堪，153170加20，少20暴击率。还是我这把比较好。幽回船上，怨恨。R690，我什么时候拿到这把匕首？很强很强。星宫，艾文的手，李元护符。刚才忘记换护甲，不过我觉得怪怪的。好了，跟阿虎大人讲话。
The spirit watches you, composed and dignified even in death.
Of course you do, Godwoken. Why else would you seek out a tired old spectre like myself? But what you ask was expressly forbidden by the Divine. Lucian was so intent his tomb remained sacred that he enacted the Sorcerer Pogrom. Better to silence all sorcerers than to chance a Godwoken arising and entering.
露西安原来不是为了阻止虚空异兽入侵而开始对迷人术士破坏，而是为了确保自己陵墓的圣洁，为了防止觉醒者出现。
His paranoia was so great, he saw to it that his tomb was turned into a fortress to thwart the likes of you. I swore to uphold his wishes, but that was before Voidwoken. I know. And so, I'm going to help you.
Yeah.
I am not one to break an oath lightly. But I'm also not one to ignore the truth. Not when it's written in my own blood. The void nears. I'd sooner the future be in the hands of a Godwoken than with the Black Ring. Nobody knows every step of the way to Lucian's tomb. But I'll do what I can for you. First, you must get past the Path of Blood. An amulet filled with source, paired with the Scroll of Atonement, will let you by unharmed. Good. But you will need to fill the amulet with source, and to find the Scroll of Atonement also. Only then can you proceed. But beware, many obstacles remain. I can help with only one. The Death Room is a chamber of many levers. 5 will lead you closer to your goal. The rest will lead you to your death. Each lever is named for a virtue of the Divine. Find the levers whose initials spell the word power. Select these 5 and these alone. Then ask. The Divine cannot be asked such questions, Godwoken. Besides, I trusted him. He must have had his reasons. I just hope he'll forgive me for breaking the oath. He said that if anyone were to approach his remains, then the world would be left vulnerable to the void. It was not for me to question how, only to serve. Farewell, Godwoken.
哎呦，投开去了，开幕吸一吸。首先在场的也吸一吸。迷源之泉开起来，疯狂盗蜜源。
Curious. This amulet is storing the source.
吸起来。
It seems the amulet can't hold anymore.
需要。好了，别闪了，把上面人捡一捡。也是被我召唤下去的，有传送。我是还没买，我是吸一吸。跟凯姆夫人说她老公挂了。哎，你爸死了！你爸死了！
Sir?
你主人死了。
Very well, sir.
He loves children so.
你老公死了。
I hope everything is to your utmost satisfaction, milady.
She nods at you, a little more curtly than before.
In my own home? This can't be my husband's work. There must be some sort of mistake.
与黑环勾结，你已经发现了雀巢证据。
Cat in the garden. Ahu. He seemed resentful of late towards his position, towards the whole order. It was more than mere bitterness then. It was treason. In a way, I suppose. I care for the people of this city, I truly do. I brought them into our home, so my husband. What is it? What happened?
什么都可以讲。
I know. My husband's actions are his own. I do not condone them. I know.
你也知道这个。
My husband's actions are his own. I do not condone them.
那你知不知道这个？
He dug his own grave then. Do you know how it happened? Then he reaped what was sown. You have my thanks for your...
自己静静。好哦。然后他婚戒会拿来开什么东西？
Keep your nose clean.
Lady Kem has been kind enough to host me.
以及他的死去。
Kem, Linda Kem, this farewell.
没什么其他反应。你主人挂了，不用再管好自己的嘴了。完了，但这些东西我都见过。啥？只剩下卡龙，不知道他会不会突然跑出来挡我路。向凯姆大人汇报。我早知道了。 不然就被我杀了，还要汇报什么？冲啊！先启之路。
Oh, pilgrim.
看到吗？
May Lucian return.
The prayer seems to echo in the hollow space inside.
May Lucian
May he return indeed. Maybe then we can stop praying and get back to our lives.
Ah.
I pledge my soul. Oh, Lucian. I pledge my life. Please return.
哪？左边。
I've spotted something close the door.
"是我自己开门的意思。撬夺，撬不开。房间左边一处隐藏机关里。这样。 我们先走。
Looking at this,
I'd say we're close to Lucian. I've spotted something.
There's a curious-looking panel discreetly. There's a slot in the center of the button. It looks like the amulet fits the slot perfectly. The mechanisms around it begin to glow with source. The button slowly sinks into the wall, as if pushed by an invisible hand. The source fades from the amulet, consumed by the inner mechanisms of the button. Gears turn behind the ancient walls, almost like they're acknowledging the words you spoke. A nearby hatch in the floor unseals itself.
我刚刚就跑出来了。你把这边尸体捡一捡。我。
I don't understand. I was sure I'd make it. What did I do wrong?
你认为自己是纯洁
Did
烈
I
士罪
commit
吗？
some sin without knowing?
过了。
Did I sin by thinking I was pure? Bless
原因是这边就是个自杀房间，要是你没有正确的东西的话，来就是死啊！
The bewildered ghost stares at her own dead corpse. A single thought emanates from her spirit: that I was pure. The warmth of your good wishes envelops her. She realizes the truth. All is well that can be well. Nothing else matters now. She may leave for the Hall of Echoes.
投胎，帮人投胎。
One little silver spoon, that's all I took from them. A family like that wouldn't even miss it. I didn't deserve to die because of it.
偷就是偷。
All those poor dead elves have haunted my dreams ever since the war. I thought I'd be forgiven. I thought I'd suffered enough. I was wrong.
巨型钻石。
How did this happen? I gave away a small fortune to the cathedral and the school.
以为钱就可以偿还罪恶啊？你以为啊？谢嘴嘴。
The whole affair with that girl happened decades ago. I've led a pious life ever since. Am I really to be judged for all time?
这好像也不算犯罪。只是你们不了解这个机关，自己跑进来这个自杀房间，后来16万经验值，我花21等的，比所有人都强。
You recognize the approaching child. He is hardly a picture of innocence. His cheeks are sallow. His smile isn't curious, but crooked.
Surprise! You left a little boy to rot in a prison cage, and yet I made it here. What do you say to that, eh? What do you say to that?
那你就把自己关回去吧。
I'm not a little boy. I'm not. I mean, I can see why you'd think I am.
His voice changes, becomes deeper, rougher, older.
但你还是19等啊，我20等呢，我还有4个人。
Say hello to your mistake.
A razor smile unfolds upon his lips, but his eyes are gone. The light in them has turned black. Any time he may have had a sane and functional human is well and truly over.
Yes, my lord Lucian, I'm coming. I'll free you. I'll protect you.
又是卢西安的忠诚信徒。
I'm coming, Lucian. I'm coming. I'm coming.
发疯啊！我们召唤一堆人。
Well, that's one problem solved. Now on to the next.
等一下，一凡的血，一凡一回合就要死啦！好像很强哦。啊，我们忘记摆进来了。Oh no！ 啊，卡龙，下去！ 螺丝被迷魂了，我要烂掉了。我存档吗？没有，还是前面完了，死定喽！别打了，别打了，我死了！哦，未命中。哦，不对，我一把刀是毒的啊！战斗中换刀，把毒会帮亡灵补血，一点屁用都没有。7414，我要死了！我用不了技能，完了。buff 对面，已经死一次啦，我死第二次啊！继续敲啦！1701298，普通敲不敲死，应该是不行。敲，没爆起。魅惑剑，我的队友越来越少了。哎，连我自己都不是我的队友了，输赢了。没有人能控制喽，输哦。看对面表演，死去！换我了，换我了没？动击。以后我还想放大招，19的人就可以把我围死，就是地形优势。我会死，我死第二次的时候，土壤。4个人，20的人都打不赢，真是要玩屁！
Something closed the door. I've spotted something.
There's a curious look. There's a slot in this. The amulet, the buttons, the sword, gear, a nearby hatch in the.
I pledge my life, oh Lucian.
Looking at this, I'd say we're close to Lucian's body.
存在这里。
You recognize the approaching child. He is hardly a picture of innocence.
一番协助美满。哦，这好像可以用车轮战大法哦。
Surprise! You left attacking a child?
His voice changed.
Really?
A razor smile on
Yes. Well, that's one problem solved. Now on to the next.
就不信你还有行动点可以用，你还真的有行动点可以用。行动点我搞有多嘞。1464到1622，行动点，给我下去。 瞄到吗？瞄到。快乐开刺时间，吃到哪边会出怪就很好打。吃。哦，不对。呀，他是亡灵吗？不算，现在毒素50%抗性。 那就没办法。换武器之后又不能攻击，诶，是 bug 吧？12，讲起来单刀错主。 射中，有个地方可以射到。哎，对了，罗斯战超远，其他人都没有进战斗了，根本就看不到里面。 是待机。你就是过错了，7414。好升等，里面还有4只。都看着外面，现在没办法潜行出去了，除了西贝了。看一下，看他们的灵魂，还有，我忏悔啊！
Even in death, the spirit of Charon, the great mistake, is lost in insanity.
还在发疯。
Lucian, I'm coming. I'm coming, Lucian. I'm coming, Lucian. Lucian, I'm coming. Coming.
你到底怎么会变这样
Lucian, alive. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to kill Ahu. I'm coming to seek you and kill the Seekers. I'm coming, Lucian. I'm coming, Lucian. Alive, Lucian. I'm coming.
The spiritual union is sudden. It sounds and you bow to Alexander, as Gareth has said you must. You rise, and the bishop's scepter points directly at you. He is the master. You are the obedient hound, and he wants to see your tricks.
召唤一个缥缈风暴。
Alexander's eyes grow wide, and he shields himself with his luxurious cloak. Paladins and magisters alike descend upon the bishop to shield him. You whip around to see both Gareth and Siva, eyes wide as saucers. I am what you made me, you call to them, and vanish into the ether. Now they will see. They will all see. Your soul rejoins your body with the spirit of Charon looks at you. For once his gaze is crystal clear. You find instead an ocean rage, storm-torn and heavy, with great black waves battering the shores of his conscious mind. At the bottom of Charon wishes he could have been more than he was. He wishes he could have been the creator. But he was the destroyer, and he embraced destruction, fearing he could be nothing more. And there, beneath the regret, lies the kernel of fear from which all of this rage flowed. Fear that he could not be better. Fear that what he was all that he could be. Fear of his own potential greatness.
Spare me! You concerned.
His gaze stays.
I was fearless. They liked that. They claimed to seek a divine. What they wanted was a train.
The spirit nods.
Seems they found what they were looking for.
Oh,
they
man.
found you, Monkey Man. They
Monkey
found
Man.
you.
The laughter hangs harsh upon his lips, but the light that dances in his... Even in death,
Lucian, I'm coming.
The spiritual... You bow to Alexander, as Alexander's cloak and coronet shine radiantly upon being blessed. He doesn't... Your soul The spirit of Charon looks at you. For once his gaze you find in Charon, and there, beneath the regret, lies the kernel of fear from which all of this rage flowed. Fear that he could not be better. Fear that what he was all that he could be. Fear of his own potential greatness.
智力说服失败。摩斯连点交涉都没有。先选最下面的看看。
His gaze stays fixed.
I was
The spirit, the laughter.
吸掉。
Your power, I've made it mine.
绑定极技。东西都破烂了。19，这里是19等。212，337。我的狂怒家伙。Gut.开打。4只。敲。敲哪里？到这里。冰冷的心，射到，往你射击。全没报击，你就被射上来。 吃。哇，蛇人呐、小蟹，完事。我换把刀，我刀已经换了。好，我可以丢谁？丢不到。对，丢了自己。养。刚根本就只有卡隆一个人在撑场而已，其他人都废物，我不电死你们！好，放这，电死你们！火箭，头都没了。骑士一次，是哦，钢铁之心哦，是哦，变色龙伪装哦，伪装啊！你以为啊？撞死你！还在晕，一次。竟然被电是不是？看你被电，K 不到，走到水上，冷死你！电死你！路德过远哦，那是一传，对啊 ，OK， 他没有经验值。海郡啊！黄武秘元，沃德艾莫沃19等。看一下，20等，132到140，80士冰霜，加5%暴击率，超强，寒霜复古。刚无复古，回复3257点魔法护解，太多了吧？只需要冰霜地表才行。此发成功率附加冻结状态，加5%爆率，好猛！太猛了吧！没灵魂。巨型钻石，乌拉，哎呦，4根魅惑剑，准备的很完善哦。捡完了。捡周围的罐子， 像也没什么好捡。
No sign of Lucian's body.
没卢锡安的遗体。
Dallas beaten us here.
一人骸骨，有3个死人。被祝福的祭坛。
The blessed altar seems to want to be touched.
摸
The altar seems to respond. Beyond it, something creaks, as if the pipework was moving. The sound comes from beyond the altar, but also echoes and gurgles behind.
有没有人可以说明一下？
Peering through the iron grating, you can see how it connects to the strange pipework beneath.
感觉好像又需
A
要用到
blessed
血。
stone altar. The cool stone seems to beg to be touched. In the space beyond the altar,
祝福的物，祝福的物，有血吧？祝福的血。 无法抵达。
in the pit beyond, things move once more.
这是
A
重置的
blessed stone altar. The cool stone, the altar seems to respond. Beyond it, a blessed stone altar. In the space beyond,
祝福的血。 这样就可以，这样到，不对，这边不是要到这边的，要到这边，3个全部一起到吗？ 看到一个，
the altar seems to respond.
没有，但只能往前，它不会转弯的。好喝，放个自己的血好了。有污染者的胸甲。
Peering through the iron grating,
对不起。也没流下去，要多留点。齐贝尔帮我。
peering through the iron grate.
Hurts, doesn't it?
西贝尔是不是会直接吸血？哎，流下去了。祝福血，一般祝福。雾的，这样就可以了。
A blessed stone altar. The cool in the space beyond the.
啥？
In the pit beyond.
按错了，哭啊！
A blessed stone altar. In the space beyond the.
按到重置，再转一次。
The altar seems to respond.
哪里有？是油吗？没有，只是火焰而已。前面还有宝箱耶！也到了，完成一个。
A blessed stone altar. In the pit beyond, things move.
哎，一定要3个一起完成哦。好不？看来就是要3个一起完
A blessed
成。
stone in the space beyond the.
走到中间。我可以穿过彼此。这好像不太行啊。先走这边，这边。我到中间去，有3个同时，这转了也没用。可以过去，这边呢？你也只能走这边而已。这样就走不过去了。 有障碍。那中间的血，应该可以。看一下这样能血跟水都有。
The altar seems to respond.
然后混在一起就不行，就是煮出的水。卡住，水可以，血也可以。对，擦过。
A blessed stone in the space beyond the altar.
我就只能前两个就只能直接穿过去。这一个呢？这个看起来只能这样，这样，这样是可以去上面。哦，可以哦。好了。
The altar seems to respond.
让他跑。Good。耶，三个都有。哎，原来是你移动，移动的是你呀。这骸骨可不可以吸一下蜜源？居然可以。从骨头变得更碎的骨头，下去，痛苦之路。这上面有宝箱可以拿来。我想拿宝箱。无法抵达，一凡拿不拿到？根本看不到。宝箱放在这边干嘛呢？给你看用的，纯看不准拿。只可远观，不可亵玩焉。入干无痛苦，岩浆程度啊。Pass of pain.
Venture no farther. Only death lies beyond. Blood need not be spilled. Bones need to cross this threshold is to plunge into thy very well.
我要进去。王子是。一下，分开，分开，分开。随便够。怜悯手法，两枚。 应该要杀。些许手段。是礼义人治性。什么礼义人治性啊？上面打起来。战斗用蜜源回垒，上面慢慢打，踩到个陷阱，踩到一堆陷阱，短信。
Ah, this lever works. I felt something shift behind it.
朵拉拉夫胸甲。陷阱不会动，应该是这个吧？中医。
It feels like that lever did something.
胸甲拿起来。
Good find.
礼盒。
Something happened, I think.
回洗。检查。礼义性都有。懂庄严戒律，礼义人治性。人吗？人，坚定，喝茶，中，有礼义，性，简单治理。礼义人性，义理性，义人性义，人当然。戒律，礼盒，谨慎无畏，诙谐热情，知识。我是现在是谁？我自己。敲烂钱。没命中，还没报警，怎么这么烂？
Moving to involuntary death assistant.
我乱搭。哇！ 来了该射的时间，射烂967，会直接复活。
They just keep coming. Look around. There's got to be a way to make them stop.
还只能先把他们弄掉。人嘞？人到底是哪一个？威胁姿势，应该是字吧？
I don't think
不是这个。 位置在这里，我真的拿得到吗？看看，自由了，现在人在哪里？ 有力神和直觉的勇气，手法怜悯，人呢？最谨慎。庄严。这边还有一个，这是什么？这个怎么什么东西都没有？拉，热情，好像。去，被看到了，已经不显示，还有不能拉出。野心、庄严、煽动、权威，找到人，摩斯救命哦！顶起来。
Oh, there's no end to them.
应有，以及崇高权威的人类在这里有过。死光了，终于。
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
滑倒。得多吸一点，免费的蜜源来源。捡到个新的胸锏，我看看，朵拉拉夫加5力量，它只有一个动力，加2敏捷，加2体质。打就插上去，碎了。 吞噬者套装就没了。哦，对，我帽子也忘记换了。我把心脏穿回去。298，吞噬者的安眠，尝试全部冷却时间，不是很重要。继续走喽。
Careful. I spotted a trap.
盗主的陷阱。
Careful now. That's a trap.
门开了冲了。
Must be getting closer to Lucian's crypt.
阿克斯身底下也是一堆岩浆，有这么深吗？
The truth hangs heavy upon the air itself, unspoken. This is the point of no return. Somewhere beyond this point, you shall be undone, or you shall ascend. There is no middle ground.
还没准备好，我看一下，没了，最后的任务，什么都没了，好吧，走吧 ，Go。
The truth hangs.
My goodness. Here we are, Quercus. This is it. What do you mean, Quercus? Of course I'm prepared. I have my noble steed below me, and my trusted shield beside me. What more could I need?
像是真实的肉体之类的，因为你已经挂了，你是个灵魂。
His whiskers crack into a mischievous smile.
And I may have cracked the spell that will stop the great acorn in its furious tracks, if that's what you mean. That's right, Quercus. We've done it!
Sir Laura turns to you, his beady eyes shining with pride.
I owe you an apology, Shield. At the start of our journey, I wouldn't have believed a human would lead me to the discovery that would save us all. But I see now that my prejudice was foolish. Without you, Quercus and I might still be stuck on that abominable prison island. Now here I am.
拯救世界的边缘。
Here we are, on the brink of saving the world.
要现在用。
Indeed, Quercus and I will find an advantageous location and do just that. Meanwhile, you must prevent the servants of the Acorn from interrupting us.
好哦。
Sir Laura takes a slow, deep breath and lets it out in a rush.
You feel it, don't you? It's so still, but there's something behind it too, like a thunderclap waiting to.
灵魂只在等级6而已。
The great acorn is nearly here. Its servants are poised for impact. We've known this moment would come. Now it is time to put my research to the test. I am ready. Quercus is ready. And you, Shield?
准备好了。
What say you, Quercus? That's good enough for you? Then it's good enough for me, too.
Sir Laura grabs your pinky with his tiny paw. He gives it a decisive shake, then salutes.
No matter what happens next, Shield, there's something Quercus and I want you to know. It has been an honor.
Me too.
Now, onward!
叔叔妹啊！哇！是被拔烂。
I don't know what you did, but you just released a source flood. I thought I couldn't see what all the fuss was about. Should have known you were getting yourself into trouble. Looks like the big moment has finally arrived. I will do everything I can to support you, Godwoken. I will pray for you. I think you'll need it. Don't underestimate the power of true prayer. This is a place of incredible power where a single prayer holds the weight of thousands.
一次祈祷力量抵得上数以千次的祈祷。
Consider it a taste of your divine future. The people will pray for you. In turn, they'll trust you to do right by them, as I'm trusting you to do now. Of course, it's up to you whether or not to listen. I know how I'd respond, but you do you.
Melody wearily chuckles to herself, then bows her head in a show of unexpected but sincere reverence.
Looks like my investment's paid off after all.
I need worship only one divine, and I believe he stands before me now.
You've shown me kindness in the face of my sins. My worship is the least I can offer.
I've always preferred to be the one reaping the attention, but you've turned the tables. I suppose it's only right, seeing as how a new divinity may stand before you.
Now go. Rivellon needs a new divine.
哟，备受惊讶，秘元点数消耗减3，我可以一直疯狂用秘元技能呢！哇，是不是可以把秘元技能全部放上来？我看看，流星火雨、超蓝都没点，78、794，化身成神，现实风暴。 反应射击拿掉，弹幕键拿掉，反击成拿掉，裸丝，冰雪风暴放起来，1826到2019，召唤星魔，260到273，用这个好。 有一个可以放，神奇闪避 ，good， 可以聊天吗？不行，我们在祈祷。白衣近元体元素石，审判之锤20等，波里德曼、布拉克斯、雷克斯20等，女神射手也是20等，我们罗拉长官嘞跑下去。 那是肉蜜源，圣乌埃特兰，什么杀戮幽魂1只，占个好位儿。对，去哪？罗拉长官嘞？ 罗拉长官跑哪去了？跑哪去？还没。我跑哪去？我来啦，各位。
God broken.
卢锡安，那怎么还活着？你不是死了吗
Dallas told me about you. You must be as hard as diamonds, and twice as bright, to have come so far. Your divine welcomes you.
The divine you thought dead lords over the chamber from a granite throne. He moves to speak, but it's Riedeman's voice that next pierces the air.
What a twist.
Lucian frowns at Riedemann, then bestows a benevolent smile upon you. All that you know of him flashes across the panorama of your mind.
Lucian, you lying snake! You betrayed me! You used me to bring death to my own people! And for what? To make the world a better place? Look around!
Ifan, my friend, there were many sacrifices that had to be made. You were but one. Each of them pained me, but I would make them all again.
Lucian, we should tell him the truth.
Yes, I agree. It is time we dropped our masks.
你该不会就是神王，还是你该不会就是永生者？
Dallas nods, then reaches for the sides of her head.
你们都是永生者。
One face, suddenly there are four. She takes off the mask of the shapeshifter. A skull is revealed, bejeweled and ancient as the void.
果然。
I am eternal.
Aren't they just full of surprises?
要求给个解释。
Fear not, Godwoken. Dallas is on the side of all that is good. She is helping me rid Rivellon of the influence of the Source. Listen to her.
I shall tell you the tale as I told it to Lucian.
让我听听。
Long ago, the scholar Fane discovered that the veil between the world and the void was made of Source. Our 7 lords desired this power.
7个主神。
Of course.
Silence, slave. Our king forbade the 7 to reach for this power, but they didn't listen. Instead, they rebelled and sent the king and his people into the void.
With the Source they stole from the Veil, the 7 created the races so they would have worshippers.
后来发生什么事？
The 7 made a mistake. By taking its source, they tore a hole in the veil, and it is through this hole that the void finds its way into our world.
The 7's lust for power let in the void. Our goal is to close the hole they created, to restore the Source to the veil.
现在干嘛一直吸？
When we are done, there shall be no more Source in the world. Rivellon will be finally free from the gods that enslaved them.
你这样永生者王和主人不就被困在里面吗？
My people cannot be allowed to return from the void. They are tarnished. They are void-woken. They can only bring chaos and death and...
There is more, but she hesitates to share it. Then she decides that she must.
I was a child when the God King tore my family apart. I was purged of Source and left to rot in a putrid tomb. A child. It was hell. A hell I suffered for the sins of my father. He was the one that betrayed the God King. He was the one that told the 7 the secrets of the veil. The cruel joke of it all is that the same tomb that housed my tortured body is what sheltered me from the void. Few Eternals escaped that fate. Myself, my mother, and my father, the scholar Fane. But now I finally have revenge. Revenge on the 7 and the God King. Revenge for what they took from me. My life. My people. My mother!
The hammer's voice falters and her coolness vanishes. Every crack and rasp betrays her grief. But her next words burn not with sadness, but anger.
He never even looked for me. He never even looked for her!
Dallas, control yourself. Our purpose transcends your personal wounds.
Yes. You are right.
Dallas's reasons weren't mine to question. All that ever mattered to me was peace. Peace for Rivellon. Peace for me, whatever the means. And now, we are on the precipice. While Dallas sought the Aetheran, I started draining the gods of their source.
Slurp, slurp, slurp.
One more word from you, and I shall use the leash.
什么是物理性的惩罚？
I had to hide from the gods. So I had the walls of this crypt equipped with tenebrium and protections put in place. It worked. Everyone, even the gods, thought me dead. As divine, I was created, empowered to stop the void. I was the avatar of the 7, their strength and their weakness. My bond to them allowed me to drain them of their source.
谁跟弗里德曼说他就被奴役的灭源之王，他叫布拉克斯雷克斯。
Maggot, I am no slave.
With a flick of her wrist, Dallas sends a jolt through
看起来就是被奴役了。
He writhes in pain.
Don't worry, he's well under control. He has made a fine servant. Isn't that right? Ingrate. I used him to find the Eteran. When we're done, I'll release him from his duty and free him from his pain. Until then...
Dallis punctuates her statement with another wrist flip. Brachus shudders, but his lips remain curled in a self-satisfied grimace.
Yes, in a sense. When the death fog was unleashed, many elves died. With fewer elves to worship him, Teosendilius weakened. This gave the God King his first real foothold back in the world. To strengthen himself, he sent his Voidwoken, the remnants of my people, to hunt down the sorcerers seeking to reclaim their source.
The Voidwoken. Disgusting things. They ravaged the land they touched and infected the air they breathed. They were, you see, blaming the sorcerers for Voidwoken made them easier to capture.
The Eteran now contains almost all of the source the Seven stole. Soon, we will be able to heal the Veil.
The void shall be banished, and I, Lucian the Divine, shall return from the dead.
还想死而复生啊
A false divine, of course. I shall have no power.
没有神性
But the world will not know this. I shall demand peace, and we shall have it.
The plan is almost complete.
We have made so many sacrifices, Godwoken. All of us. Of ourselves and those we love. One last sacrifice is required. For the future of Rivellon, you must surrender your source.
Decide. Be the true hero and give up your source, or be forced to submit. Like a coward.
There is no other way. The source of the world is required to close
有了全世界秘源，你就是最强的人吧？这种不是你喜欢做什么就做什么。你说你要去封印帷幕。
Yours.
As I say, one last sacrifice is required. Yours.
Alexander was Godwoken. Once, years ago, I should have killed him, but instead took him as my son. Quite the mistake. Now, I was forced to kill Alexander, my blood. But once more, I could not.
The task fell to me.
And me.
We already had more than enough Godwoken.
Another sacrifice I was forced to make.
展现友善
beautiful people.
Good. You understand.
The world shall not know this. I shall return from the grave, a divine without power, yet all who desire power shall fear me. I shall carry the secret of my lack of divinity. Peace shall reign.
你听够谎言了
More than enough. Far more. I will suffer him to live no longer.
Ifan unsheaths his weapon. He stands by your side with every muscle tensed, like a coiled spring. Fire blazes in his eyes as he looks to you for support.
处得当请看看我让他复仇
You.
Ifan gives you a hard look.
But I trust my friends. More than I trust myself. And I trust that you merely delay my vengeance, not deny it outright.
Show some responsibility. Surrender your source.
You'll be a hero. Everyone will know of the sacrifice you'll make. Your name will be synonymous with the survival of Rivellon.
Don't let them do this to us.
The last time I obeyed Lucian, countless innocents died. Surrender my source. He should surrender his life.
No, never.
我想要试试看提供逆缘。给你。
Good.
Good.
Yes, very good.
She raises what looks like a leash. A chuckle emerges from beneath Vredeman's hood. The chuckle becomes a guffaw, booming and hateful. Dallis flicks her wrist. And nothing happens.
哎呦，布拉克斯很会演哦。
Sweet, simple Dallas.
How? What? The leash is cut!
A bright observation from a bilious imbecile. You know people often become sloppy when they're close to achieving their dream. You left the leashing wand next to me, you stupid maggot. So accustomed had you become to me, pretending to be your slave.
Kill him.
Kill him.
Do shut up, you tedious buffoon, and don't look so surprised, as if I would allow a bone bag to enslave me.
来，围观围观。
They thought themselves well in control, but there is only
由
one
我成神。
scheme that must
还有
come
个
to
大鱼。
fruition.
My divinity. Or did you really think I'd play slavishly along with your ridiculous scheme, Dallas? Yes, I played my part of the servile stooge. But know this. It was only about the power of divinity.
Kill him now.
Kill him now.
Too late, you mouldering, blight-stained pigs. Grant me power, my ally. God King, I call on you!
Oh shit！ 全部人倒地。看来直接放弃自己的蜜源血浆好像完全没有屁用。那我独挡回去选个正常的血浆。游戏不让我放弃我的蜜源，我也是没办法。而且我还读错档，我还读上一个。Flow， 哎，去转水，流慢。忘记开吗？让一凡上。想干什么就干什么。 去吧，一凡。
Ifan nods his thanks. He turns away just as you see the emotion rising in his eyes. Then the coiled spring snaps, and he pounces upon Lucian like savagery incarnate.
我只是跟全部人打，注意哦。跟在水里面一样。 转起来，我可以看到4只诶，好爽！啊擦！空气好低哦。上去快乐开射。2547。 1939，我要先把小怪打死。远距射击，让他打他最恨的卢锡安，剩18。炸你老板，把你炸很爽。 希勒又要死，我怎么一点都不意外呢？没命中， 加10%。怀热开刺，萎缩，烈之剑，马，少一点行动点哦，哇，电死你们！ouch！ 失明，修起来，我是要被割烂。雷霆万钧，电啊！全部人都被电晕了。疯狂喷血，射烂，剑矢风暴，射你15只，还有15只吗？我不会打我。一直吸野，你怎么可以连续吸？你的蜜源汲取不用 CD 的哦。哇！大家跑过来打一反，大家一起失明。哎，我又不能动。死去，死去。努斯也挂了，我也要挂了，那剩下一番了。一番也挂了。没救了。死去！奥迪什么垃圾配置？我就不信打不赢。
Ifan nods.
Hmm. 那所有人分开，而且我们护甲不是少了。护甲多了爆，我跑，我还想被打。是不是要死掉了？ 关洛斯了。嗯，我不能被传送。对啊，是有什么装备让我不能被传送啊？我知道了，有鞋子吧？难怪我一直不能被传送。以免被围殴。有打我！西贝尔死去，又是西贝尔死掉，每次都西贝尔死掉。哎，罗斯也死掉了。复活加西贝尔，反正西贝尔没什么用。花你自己的复活券，还复活不到。不能跑出这里，不能走回去。只能看不到。咦？这样也视野外，这样不会视野外，居然看不到。会参战一下，我被打烂了。继续往后跑。我是挂了，我是挂了，可他技能好像还是继续。真的。好像可以这样一直玩哦。玛丽斯。远距射击，完了，我是失明，预射，要虚空穿行了是吧？我要过来干嘛？继续放。也治疗自己的失明状态，紧急回复的选走啊，都没有，可以治疗失明的药水。大抵抗性，免疫。力量，像没有治失明的，一堆元德古币，防疫率，没电抗性， 烦，随便。5633物理误解。K 不到 ，K 不到，看不到。我一直吸他哎，没有抽是不是啊？意外，将来是意外。我看看1691。还有什么武器好放的？巫士兵双护甲，动物小虎，射起来。下雨下起来，来晕眩的晕眩，来被电的被电，我有失明，失明就是开砍了，我也命中，我也命中。命中，但你不会被电。哈哈，没行动点。我看看，我直接把它射倒。继续射螺丝，没差，你继续射，把它射死最好。我们就可以一直放。明确，打不打到？到手组，打不到你，你直接丢到身上。你这冻死！这样也晕眩。你就继续躺着。射螺丝，射螺丝，把它射死！哦，怎么没死？你怎么没死？再来单刀手镯，下去。还是你跟他叠在一起。 洛斯弄死。作死。洛斯抵抗死亡，自己祝福自己。我是这样都没死，这么屌！是啊，先把他弄死，把他复活。什么破事都交给洛斯做。哦，是哦，失明，变起来。
I am Brachus Rex. I am the Source King. You shall not seal the veil.
你会先打他，把他打到残血，他就会讲话。
I call on the God King. Come, claim what is yours.
How? What? You are unleashed.
他刚刚都在演啊，反正大家都被我打个半死，我整个队也是半死。
Freedom cackles in delight at this turn of events. His unbridled glee slithers into your veins and throttles your heart.
You left the leashing wand next to me, you stupid maggot. So accustomed had you become to me pretending to be your slave.
Kill him!
Do shut up, you tedious buffoon. And don't look so surprised. As if I would allow that bone-bag Dallas to enslave me. You should have listened to Tarquin, you worm-ridden wench. Nobody enslaves Brachus Rex. I am Brachus Rex. I am the Source King.
卢锡安，这也是你的计划一部分吗？
This is not the time for talk. Kill him now!
Too late, you mouldering, blight-stained pigs. Grant me power, my ally. God King, I call on you. You would interrupt Brachus Rex. You would interrupt the Source King. You shall
都快半死不活了。
suffering.
可以把我人复活一下。卡一堆。
The God King hears my call.
怪怪的，站位是怪怪的。
He sends a companion worthy of my power. Come to your father.
又是海妖。
To the Source King.
之前就打过了。我整队还是半死不活，这个屁，很多都死了。伊莎阿贝又跑出来了。 鲁斯下一回合换他的时候，就是会直接挂点，看他的表演。升龙状态。 是他妈一次打6个人。
You.
If Anne get...
But I trust and I trust.
Show some.
You'll be a hit.
Don't let them.
The last time.
No, never.
I understand. Your sacrifice.
I'm sorry. You.
还是要打。你激活福利流慢就好了。戳死！戳！要被祝福。流血。李之剑。顶起来！玩虚空穿行，保证喷死你！
I am Brachus Rex. I am the Source King. You shall I call.
How?
Friedemann.
You left the lead.
Kill him!
Do shut up, you tedious buffoon.
This is not the time for.
Too late, you mouldering.
就是跑得越远越好。我还是被电了。这血喷烂了。
He sends a companion.
还是断情，笑死。
Come to your father. Come to the Source King.
这一只会一直虚空穿行，它是不是也可以一直被断情？它被断情会一直爆血，很好笑。可以被断情诶，而且它也可以被魅惑。这是谁？蜡黄人。有文艺。 恶心！可以帮我们祝福一下，可不可以不要打我们人了？你是有病是不是哦？天哪，你是有病耶！还是你也是神王那一派的，所以你才来打我？那你怎么会动2次？我文艺还可以抵。 乐色。然后能滚多远滚多远了，再见。再见不松。 右方海怪，谁死了？谁又死了？很神奇耶！点一下技能。点多少？呀，大气学派。呀，合成器也点满了。用手点起来。西贝尔怎么装备没了？还是因为他是挂掉的状态？也就回了，我的死。换个地方站，沉默。又打到洛斯，无限的挂，不要打我，不要打我。刀兽族，像野战刀兽族，说什么族？哇！像右弹刀兽族。技能放起来，拜托不要打我！嗷！眼睛到哪里去？毛病。路线要被吐烂了，路线真的要被吐烂了。我现在住不是家路线。啊！我都不能动，路线挂了。完了，只剩下他们的人了。对，我都不能动。你要去哪里？好，我电死！我真是什么都不能做。就是复活几个人，滚得越远越好。 放不到。可是太远了，也是也太远了。又多一只海姆大人，这边是哪边？打洛斯哦，这样没打到。海姆大人在干嘛？为什么角色的仇恨度会特别高啊？一凡也要挂喽，没挂，不能动了。你可不可以去打你后面那只啊？不知道你来干嘛的？你觉得你后面那只比较大，比较好打吗？我真的不知道有什么可以打得赢的方法，我说完全没有。伊莎贝怎么打他？这几个家伙又不合作，在耍笨。脚下没有潮湿到。凯蒙跟傻傻的看着我，互打了，不打我吗？你什么毛病？又打我，跟你有什么仇？为什么不打你旁边的？你这个次元冲锋是狂爽，都不打近的，都打远。到底三小。21等还打不赢。
You.
If and
But I try.
Shows.
You'll be it.
Don't let them do.
The last time I.
No, never.
Good.
Yeah.
You can't do. It was only.
满血进去，不要再起内讧了，拜托。这样进来才会是全部的队友状态。刚刚到底打三小。
He said, "Come to your father. Come to the Source King." 一次2只，3只，这样也算还不错。从6个，5个加4个9个，9个他们。老王跑超快的，瘟疫，地狱。 注意啦，用智商终于做事了。没命中。
Prepare yourself.
哎，吃，多穿到1，穿到他哎，这样也穿到。我们去戳大只的、啊，无法抵达目的地，哇，戳不到，要去断他筋。 去戳一下布拉克斯，戳。嗯。 跑路喽！大招放起来，这些下雨，大招放起来。 嗯，3886。 气息传染病毒，大龙跟大一盘等太近，根据设计可以是要谁？也是要林德尔凯姆大人， 林德凯姆大人。快乐开射，只吃到一箭，咬他！椅子被 K。稀烂你！往边走了，还真的会被电到吗？不会。还有一只可以放，跟普通小怪了。1008，超痛，超痛的。直接把伊凡烫死。不太好。啊，魔法部教6486到底怎么过？跟同队有一大堆，我还是半死不活。复活起来，一凡滚远点。打我！等跑回去护主。1603，没穿到。爆开！以我还一凡，定语下墙，很条件。连我都麻了，对，我晕了。死猪火焰， 都是烟，全都烟。我看看，我们自己走过去堵他。共产恐吓，恐吓你啊！
Hurts, doesn't it?
都是烟，再打一方到处都是烟，下回合就死掉了。上来干嘛？这样你也爬上来。 等他靠近边边，哦，啊，可是雷克斯要挂了，对呀，布拉克斯雷克斯挂了，他就撤。
Brachus Rex, the Source King of Legend, lies dead once more, perhaps even for good. Dallis, badly weakened, looks to you.
The future of all that is depends on you.
This is it. I can hardly believe it.
She casts her gaze around the crypt in awe.
After everything we've been through, after everything we've seen, here we are. Here I am. And now that I see godhood before me, I know what I have to do. Chief, you need to ascend. There's no one I would trust with this responsibility but you. I know you'll do what needs to be done. And I know you'll do it with style.
尽最大努力。
They'll never know what hit them. Now go on, shoo. You've got business to attend to.
So here we are. The end of it all. Nobody I'd rather see this whole thing through with. I trust you. I trust your judgment. I know you will. I know you. Remember? You're the best damn friend I've ever had.
此生最好的朋友。
Well then, let's do this.
Listen, this is it. Again. And I want you to know I'm not putting up a fight
是那个一状态。
My revels are now ended. Yours are about to begin. I've had my vengeance, my life and my liberty. You helped me win them back. And then, when you told me you loved me, all of me awoke. All I want now is for this to end. To be by your side when we wage the final battle, and long, long after.
Yeah. 闪。
I know you do. And I love you.
闪起来。
Now kiss me.
You kiss each other passionately, ready to face the darkest dark. You think back on your journey here, on all that you have seen and done.
其他人呢？那4个敌人，刚刚好。
You think of the Magisters, and the sorcerers they hunted, and of the good and the evil on both sides. You think of how the Eternals came as Voidwoken to reclaim their stolen world. You look at the source around you. The power is immense. Divinity at your fingertips. You think of what you could do with such power. The rights you'd wrong, the wars you'd win. You marvel at your journey and how it has changed you. You think of those you left behind, and of those you met along the way. It's time to choose your fate, and the fate of all you hold dear. What shall it be?
这样，有人可能还要再继续打，对，先找个好位置。不能动。
Shall you be divine?
档时间。我先看不是我。
A cloud of purest black breaks through. The chill of death, then its very visage. The pale skull at the heart of the void. This is the God King himself.
Not one! There is not one who will choose divinity. What fools! They have power within their grasps, but they fail to take it. These races truly are inferior. Victory is mine! My people! The world is ours once more. The reign of thieves is at an end. These so-called races will be our slaves and our food stock. For we are the truth. We are the real. We are eternal.
虚空的时代。神王拿到所有蜜源的结局。
So it ended. A tale that began with my own ill-fated attempt to rid the world of the Godwoken. The Eternals reclaimed the world. Dwarves, elves, lizards, and humans all became slaves, ruled over by the Sworn and the Eternals. The God King had defeated the Seven and returned from the void. Relics of the old world remained, but in time they crumbled and fell, like the memories of the peoples who had built them, lost to time like sand in the wind. As for me, I may have been freed from the Covenant, but the God King never forgot my failure. Each day may be the day that I will be finally punished, that I may finally pay for my sins.
剩我一个人。
Don't you dare look me in the eyes, slave. For that is all you are now that you bow to the God King.
Melody stands tall and proud, sunlight sparkling off her mask. From here she looks almost angelic.
Well, here we are again. You, me, and the ship I've saved from ruin for your personal benefit. I'd say you owe me, but why state the obvious? Get an eyeful. I expect it's the last we'll see of each other for some. It isn't going to be easy cleaning up this mess. It might not even be possible. I don't know how I could have been so wrong about you. I'm never wrong. The same way I do everything, of course. Demonic guile. Good thing I didn't do it just for you. What a waste that would have been.
被大家藐视。
How boring. No, thank you. You'll see, you little so-and-so. This isn't over. Until we meet again, all the best to you.
来去被所有的队员藐视喽。
What a pity. The stories that arise from the Rivellonian rabble will tell not of a savior, but of a sinner.
After all I had to do to free myself of the God King, you just gave in to him? You've ruined everything.
这一艘被所有人都讨厌的船上。
Now get out of my sight.
我就是想要试一下而已。
Losa spits at your feet and stares at you with a curled lip.
I can't believe I ever liked you. I can't believe I ever trusted you. I didn't escape one demon to serve another. You haven't seen the last of me, but you should wish you had.
As she turns from you, the whites of her eyes darken, the veins in her face go grey, and a wicked smile curls her mouth. Suddenly it's gone again. She winks, and you're left wondering whether you saw anything at all.
See you around.
Sabine twirls her needle, her face set in a defiant scowl.
Well, you were right in that regard, at least.
She turns away, still toying with the needle.
气到分手。
You know what you've done.
You've signed my death warrant, fool. The God King won't stand to the likes of me in this world. Not after I abandoned his cause.
I am nobody's tool. You never really knew me at all, did you? No. This world is one of your making, and it'll be yours to suffer in. I have prospects in other realms.
可以穿越其他世纪。
Gareth bows as you near, but seems either unable or unwilling to speak.
The Eternals.
Gareth is still. For a moment his mind wanders to memories of friends and...
I eagerly await what comes.
失去所有希望的人。
All of this, Quercus, all of our struggle to save their stupid, bloody giant races, and this fool lets this God King enslave the world. We didn't rescue your barren land from the great acorn to see it turned over to someone even worse than your damned... I know, Quercus. I'm disappointed too. I thought we had
被
found
所有
true
人
friends.
唾弃，包括卢拉爵士，甚至不是一个人。
Come, we've lost our shield, but we still have each other.
Ah, you.
Ifan folds his arms and steps back from you, as if your presence is infectious.
I suppose the ascension of the God King is proof that I've got really bad taste in friends. After all that we've been through since Fort Joy, after all that, to end up with a tyrant once more, to settle for slavery and corruption over change.
He fixes you with a steely gaze, eyes burnished and shining like pebbles of hatred.
You're a fool. I intend to spend the remainder of my days seeking to undo what you have done. It may not be possible, but when did that ever stop me before?
Ifan pauses, as if about to say something else, then shakes his head. With one last nod, he whistles up his soul wolf and lopes off.
飞奔而去，看起来没有很飞奔啊。谁？费恩的灵魂。哎，
Where to
这
go
个
first?
真
What
走
to
了。
see? It seems the world is my shellfish.
看船头。
I await but your word, Master.
She is full of surprises. My wood was splintered, but my spirit intact. It was a great feat, but given her skill, not a surprising one.
只有船还对我比较好声好气
A
一点。
shame I must be given life anew to know the pain
好
ahead.
吧，看来他也是挺不满的。
As I was called to be, I am yours to command. My will is of no consequence, even as we sail into darkness. And so, as I must, I am at the ready.
看其他死人，其他死人应该也还在船上。韩嘞，韩好像直接消失了。哎，比斯特。
Beast's spirit does not acknowledge you as you approach.
You e'er hear the wild beast just sails on the ocean, he's docked in the bay. Coming, your cupboard can't hide you, nor can your berth.
He pauses, then continues.
完全不鸟我。召见师嘞！
There's nothing interesting down there. The future lies above, not below.
哇，没有其他人可以聊天。 超级 bad end。
Is the time at hand?
You look out to the endless beyond. The sun's light plays upon the waves, but you know it is not to last. The sails flutter in the wind, yet you know they are soon to still. And with a start, you realize where you must go next. You speak the command to the Lady Vengeance, and another chapter begins.
God,
and what of you? You were the key to it all. You brought the Eternals back to the world and saw the God King enslave the thieves. You set right the original wrong. And the 7 were punished for their transgression. Are you proud of all you achieved?
旁白好像在嘲讽我。
Or are you ashamed of your sins?
"先看起来解决。最后的选择。接受神的力量。
After all that you have been through and all that you have done,
卢锡安不挡
all that
我
you have become,
卢锡安和他队友都不挡我。
lies in front of you. Divinity is yours to take or to sacrifice. What you do next decides your own fate. And what shall you do with divinity?
A second choice. 进化，把帷幕关起来，这样应该会直接死掉。我变成沉默真女。
And so it ended. A tale that began with my own ill-fated attempt to rid the world of the God-woken. Dallas the Hammer, the secret eternal, purged the God-woken and used the source to close the veil to the void. The world was saved. Statues in memory of the God-woken who sacrificed their source were erected all across Rivellon.
真的去关帷幕了。
Never be forgotten. The half-demon Malady took pity on the soulless, God-woken silent monks and brought them to the Hall of Echoes. There, from the scraps of their souls that remained, she restored them to life. Sorcerers no more, they lived out the rest of their lives, freed of the burden of being the God-woken, freed from the weight of the world. As for me, I was already free, and so were the others. The God-woken sacrifice severed the bond between the sworn and the god.
全部的明示者都已经
To atone for my
脱离
sins,
契约了。
I spent the rest of my days taking care of
你
the
不是已经
sick
去回音师听了吗？
telling the story of the God-woken, that the world may never forget the greatest heroes Rivellon had ever known.
世界上再无魔法。
Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. A silent monk. At least that's what you would be if it weren't for Malady. To be fair, you are barely more powerful than one, now that the source has been ripped from you. And even more ripped from me.
我在洗你吗？我没有蜜源的，可是我还是可以用蜜源汲取。呀、我想试试看，我看我能不能吸它。我没有可以容纳蜜源的空间，吸了也没有用。 老是做一些怪事。
Melody stands tall and proud, sunlight sparkling off her mask. From here, she looks almost angelic.
这个结局麦乐迪应该会蛮不满。
There you are. More than a silent monstrosity, less than a god. In the end, I'm not totally convinced it was worth my while to restore your consciousness. Think, where did I go wrong? How is so boring. It's the why that surprises me. Unfortunately for me, I've grown rather fond of you. Still, I'd expected quite a bit more from you. I was interested in being owed a favor by a shiny new god, not some emperor of the realm. Never mind. I'll find another way. I always do.
She fingers the mask covering her face. For a moment, it seems as though she's about to remove it. But instead, she places a hand on your shoulder.
We've come a long way together. I did my best by you all the way. Sacrificed much. And I'd have given even more to see you fulfill your destiny.
She looks you up and down.
I guess this will have to do. Take a moment, why don't you? Relax. Enjoy. I certainly plan to do the same. The same way I do everything, of course. Demonic guile. Oh, I don't know. Around and about. Treat myself to some mead, a lover or 300. I'd say we've earned it. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Perhaps not. Until we find out. If you'll excuse me.
至少这个结局，其他人会比较满意一点。
Without source to shield it, the barriers between Nemesis and Rivellon weaken.
完了，
The
恶魔
void
增加
may
了。
be kept at bay, but the plane of demons is not.
少一个敌人就多了另外一个敌人，唉，总是不缺乏敌人。
Beast spirit doesn't acknowledge. He pauses.
跟刚刚唱一样的歌。
No more swords, no more powers. Don't worry, darling. I know you have plenty of other qualities. Reform my ways. How adorable. No, I'm afraid I cannot escape who I am and what I've done.
Her eyes flick down to your mouth. She smiles coyly, then slinks forward to kiss you.
我已经有女朋友了，屈服。
Her mouth meets yours and devours you with predatory abandon. Somewhere in the recesses of your mind, you think you hear her voice sigh, mine. But then the kiss ends.
Something to remember me by, darling. Who knows? A nice cottage someplace quiet for Mahalia and I. A roaring fire and a feather bed. Maybe. Maybe. But a girl needs some fun, doesn't she?
You are a very, very, very lucky person. If Malady hadn't restored us, I'd be a drooling monstrosity, but a vengeful one. Me too. I would have made an awful silent monk. Alosa must sing, and that's that. I don't know if anyone's free of anything, once and for all. But I'm bloody thrilled to be here now. Just me, myself, and you, of course.
你现在要干嘛？
Get loot, play loot, get loot, get glad. So, Chief, I guess this is it, right? You say that now, but who knows what adventures and redheads life will throw at you. Whatever it is, you'll ace it.
As she turns from you, the whites of her eyes darken. The veins in her face go grey. Suddenly, it's gone.
See you around.
Darling, you're here and I'm here, if just barely. Thank the gods or whomever for Malady. One can hardly get the truth without one's tongue.
The shadow of a
I'm glad to. That quite depends on you.
She laughs, and it's music to your soul.
We want each other. We love each other off. Let others play the game of gods. Love conquers even divinity.
I always thought that those who resorted to self-sacrifice were lacking in imagination. But I must admit, that was rather noble of you.
你对这个新世界怎么看？
A world without source is one that will need individuals of wit and intellect. A sharp mind is the only magic now. I believe I shall enjoy this new world.
你现在要干嘛？
That is the question, isn't it? How does one top the greatest feat of
伍斯塔夫城。
necromancy ever conceived? I might have the answer to that. Tell me, have you ever heard of Gustavgen? No, of course you wouldn't. It's a written language, unreadable to most.
另一个世界的神秘
like
种
myself,
族，
naturally.
以
It
思
comes
想
from
为
a
食的生物写
mysterious
下。
race from another world. Beings that feed on minds. I intend to seek them out. This Gustavgen seems to guard portals to their realm. Once I've uncovered one, well, why settle for being the greatest mind in just one world, and there's another for the taking?
The purging that once silenced you remains on your mind as you approach Gareth. You are grateful for Malady's miraculous touch. Without it, there would be no you.
Amazing, I'm still here. That you're here.
加里斯也被救
And
起
that you
来。
might still speak. That Lucian... I only did what I was meant to do. I don't deserve thanks. I gave only the bare minimum. And still I strayed quite far.
Gareth shakes his head vigorously in response.
Self-pity is as dangerous as any man I have battled, Alexander included. In this new world, this world without the seven gods, it's a foe I plan to defeat for good.
Aside from a single blink, Gareth stands remarkably.
Time has a way of changing someone. Lucian did not start as the man he became. Nor is the man I am now the same as him that once served at the side of a divine. Lucian doesn't need me. And believe me when I say,
你终于不是
I no longer need him.
鲁西安的忠实粉丝了。那你接下来要干嘛？
I find a way to fit. I wasn't just content to lurk in Lucian's shadow. I was
寻找
his
自我。
shadow. Now I stand in the sun as my own man. And so I find out. My goal is to have a goal. If that makes sense at all. And if it doesn't, well...
阿罗罗拉，
Well, well, Quirkers. Look who finally graced us with their presence. I suppose some thanks are in order. What? No, no, you should be thanking me. I just saved the world from the great acorn. You're welcome, by the way. Honestly, Quirkers, some creatures have no sense of perspective.
鞠躬。
A huge grin slowly spreads across the squirrel's small
你
face.
开心就好。
Of course, had you not stopped this God King and his lackeys, there would have been very little left for me to save.
The cat moves forward, twisting around your legs and filling the air with the sound of dry, dusty purring.
Ah, Quirkers! Please, have a little decorum.
Quirkus arches his back, almost dislodging Selora, who just smiles.
This battle is won, my friend, but we still have a war to fight. We've undone the Great Acorn, but the Knights of Dre are still out there. They summoned the Great Acorn once. They will be able to summon it again. We have to destroy their order. Once that is the future Quirkus and I have ahead of us. We no longer need a shield. But we are very happy.
摸爆罗拉爵士。
The squirrel tenses for half a moment before relaxing into your fingers.
Ah! Oh, my.
哎呦，爽哦！
Quirkus, you never told me it felt this good. Well, that was certainly an experience. Of course, this has all been something of an experience, eh? I don't suppose any of us did. I never thought I would be proud to have befriended a giant. But there is no one Ow! Quirkus! There is no one that we would rather have walked this world with. I do not know what comes next for you, but you will always
幽灵朋
have
友
a，friend.
要是你还活着就好。
Come, Quercus. We must... Oh, I think you have something in your eye, my friend.
The cat curls up and snuggles into his squirrel friend, who quietly sits and sniffs on the deck.
捂起来。
Ah, the betrayer.
Ifan folds his arms and steps back from you, as if your presence is toxic.
I suppose this is proof I've got
好吧
really bad taste in
最不满的
friends.
还是伊凡，未来想要卢锡安挂掉。
After all that we've been through since Fort Joy, after all that, to end up with Lucian once more, to settle for abject corruption over change.
He fixes you with a steely gaze, eyes burnished and shining like pebbles of hatred.
It was absolutely not. You listened to Lucian. You obeyed Lucian. After everything he did, you allowed him to take our source. And now you have restored a tyrant to power. I intend to spend the remainder of my days seeking to undo what you have done. It may not be possible, but when did that ever stop?
Ifan pauses, as if about to say something.
很气。
I suppose it's time for me to explore a new form of eternity.
It gives me almost as much pleasure to speak to you as it does to be whole again. I will always be an ally to those that carry swords, to those whose blood is of the heroes of old, and so, as always, I am at the ready.
You look out to the endless, and with a start, at last, the world was at peace.
母镇。
As the races united behind Lucian, Arx remained the center of power. The ancient Lizard Empire opened its gates. The houses disbanded, and the empire adopted a pluralist quasi-democracy. Anyone could vote for whoever they pleased, as long as the House of Shadows approved.
被暗影王自一个人掌控了。
Justinia returns to her throne. Under her rule, the Dwarven kingdom prospered, until 2 years later, a jealous lover stabbed her in the heart with a mutton fork.
也结局好惨。
Lucian made amends to the elves. He gave them lands and vast riches from the coffers of the old divine order. But the elves never forgave him. They would not trust humans again. And in a dark forest on the far side of a desert, well beyond the high seas, the Black Ring came together once more.
都已经没神王，你们还要继续？圣器不是都已经被解除了
The
吗？
island of Fort Joy, the old redoute of the Source King Brachus Rex, was turned over to the people of Driftwood to use as they wished. They turned it into a holiday resort.
变成度假胜地。
Reaper's Coast prospered.
就这样。
The fisheries returned, and the fertile farmlands produced the greatest harvests the surviving farmers had ever seen. Blood Moon Island became particularly fecund, its soil producing the greatest crops. A particularly crimson-fleshed orange grown on the island became a
墨肉鲜红的
delicacy
柳丁
across， half
恶
the
魔
world.
柳丁。
The black pits took fire. The oil there burns still. Driftwood became a center of industry, trade, and transport.
第二大城。
Lohar the dwarf became
变成市长。
mayor. His time in office was cut short by an unfortunate wound
倒霉
that
伤口。
spontaneously appeared on his neck.
被暗杀。
Lagan left his over-demanding wife and began a relationship with a local bard.
那个
In the spirit of loving
戒指掉海里
generosity,
了。
he returned the ring to his now ex-wife. In a fit of rage, she threw
哦
it， into
又
the
跑到
sea.
海里面去了。哎，这个戒指的命中注定的地点就在海里面。
The nameless isle had vanished.
这个炸
Although
弹，
only open water remained, by instinct ships would steer clear. None of the captains could articulate why.
本来放着一堆蜜源，
Arx became a great metropolis, famed for its prosperity, its culture, its diversity, and the willingness of its denizens to stab each other in the back for the slightest advantage. Sir Gareth thanked the surviving Seekers for their service and gave them their freedom. Disillusioned with peace, he set out alone to find a new purpose. He would never stop seeking. Young Han went into the theatre and became one of the realm's most popular actors. Almira and Mihaili settled down on the farm. The locals liked and respected Almira. She never wanted for help, and deals always fell to her favor.
魅
She
魔的力量
presumed。she had them in thrall. The truth was, they just liked her.
原来只喜欢他。
With no new divine, Malady found herself in a predicament. She had an important problem to solve, but no ally strong enough to call upon, and so her search continued. Having performed the greatest act of necromancy in history, Tarquin found the new world unchallenging. He became obsessed with rumors of another plane of existence. One day he vanished and was never
去
seen
另一个位
again.
面。
With Amadia silent, the priestess Gratiana left the swamps and re-entered the world. She founded an abbey in the Dragonspine Mountains, offering the last of the undead shelter from fortune hunters, novelty seekers, and ghouls. Jehan the demon hunter found himself at a loose end, so he opened a museum of demonic artifacts. He made a fortune.
大赚一笔。
With Lucian in power, Sahala took the elves away from the world. They grew strong once more amidst the trees of the regrown home forest. Some say her plans for revenge will bring about the end of days. Some say only Tova, her mother, holds her back. Lucian returned as divine, united the races, and became Lord Emperor of
整
all
个绿为龙的
Riverland.
皇帝。
Only Dallis knew that he was entirely powerless. Dallis and you.
共同分享秘密。
The Eternal, now known as Dallis, was a secret advisor to Lucian and to his successors. For eons she would walk in the world, and would outlive the peoples and all, and wander alone amongst the dying stars.
世界的见证者。
With a small band of elves, Ifan ben Mezd replanted the lost elven forests.
跟精灵结
After
盟
the。first fresh shoots broke the earth, he disappeared and was never seen again. Some say Afrit, his soul wolf, walks the forests still. Sabine wandered the world. She became a household name, famed the realm over as a traveling hero, celebrated wherever she went. Enjoying life to the fullest, she was truly and finally free.
裸丝。
Losa returned to her music and enjoyed a storied career as Rivellon's premier musician. Dark moods would at times overtake her, and she would spend long hours walking in the wilds. She always returned with a new song. And then there was you. You returned to the world as one more human among many. Your future was yours to decide. Did you accept your new status with humility, or did you rebel? Only you know the truth. Only you know if you atone for your sins.
哎，又写完个结局。哎。还给所有种族，大家都是神谕者。这是伊凡提供的选择。
And so it ended. A tale that began with my own ill-fated attempt to rid the world of the Godwoken. When the dust settled, no new divine had risen. Instead, all source was released into the world for all to share. Everyone was now a sorcerer. And united, the peoples of Rivellon pushed back the God King into the very depths of the void. This ushered in a new golden age of peace and prosperity. But alas, it was not to last. With many greedy for wealth, power and position, the struggle soon began anew. Source, the very language of creation, was used in violence once more. The never-ending contest for power continued. As for me, I was freed of the tyranny of the God King. To atone for my sins in this world, I spent the rest of my days taking care of the sick and elderly. I would tell the story of the Godwoken to anyone who would listen. The story of the greatest heroes Rivellon had ever known. The heroes who chose not to close the veil.
Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. A Godwoken. But what good is it to be Godwoken when Source is now a free-for-all? And there is no complaining will get me nowhere, however. Not in this state.
什么都没有变的结局。
Malady stands tall,
这应该麦乐迪最不爽。
sunlight sparkling off her mask. From here...
Well, here we are again. You, me, get an eyeful. I've a lot of planning to do. Now that there's not to be a new divinity.
She drums her fingers testily on her crossed arm.
All that work, all that effort, tossed into the gutter like a malformed child. You say that now. Let's see how you feel when you realize the true implication of a world filled with sorcerers. Never mind. I'll find another way. I always do.
She fingers the mask, covering her...
We've come a long way together.
And if she looks you...
I guess take a moment. Relax. Enjoy. I certainly plan to do the same. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps I'll pump until we find...
You escaped an abominable prison and confronted the king of all gods only for divinity to slip your grasp. A rather poetic arc, don't you think? Now that I am clear of mind and free of intruders.
是你的老师？
I'm wondering if it isn't time to share my learnings with the less enlightened.
有魔力人教授。
And I have a few ideas worth. Once I've come to a conclusion, I promise you'll be the second to know. Until we meet.
A world full of sorcerers. That's quite a thing. Reform my way.
Her eyes flick down her mouth.
右倾。
But a gun.
一样。
Hey there, Chief. So, a world full of sorcerers. What do you make of it? I suppose that's a death sentence for Fort Joy. What a terrible shame.
看来欢乐堡也不能塞下全世界的人。
Though I guess it wasn't all bad. I met you after all. And look, I don't know if anyone's free, but I'm bloody thrilled. Get loot, play. So, Chief, you say whatever it is.
As she turns from sudden.
See you.
So, here we are, my dad. Bit boring to be so unexceptional all of a sudden. Then again, I suppose they can't fit all of us in Fort Joy.
大笑。
It does, doesn't it? Good times, though. We've come to the brink and back again so many times on this adventure. I only hope what awaits the world is something more equitable. Bit more sun, bit less. Even though I love the rain. That,
she laughed.
We want each, we love each. Let other.
Source of all, eh? Bold move, I'll grant you that. I didn't think anyone considered the little people anymore. I don't know yet. Perhaps peace will reign and all will be equal. Or perhaps you've bestowed great power on undeserving children and turned them loose on each other. Time will tell. That is the question. No, I intend.
I'm buzzing. I don't know. I want to say it was brave. Maybe it was, but it wasn't right.
Gareth is still. For a moment, his mind wanders.
The people of Rivellon will call you their savior. The power is in them, in all of them. And there will come a time when they rebel, and the price will be high. A meaningless promise. You've blessed them and cursed them with a single choice. Power will be shared among the evil and the good. The light I find a way to fit. So I find out. On my own, away from the storm that surely comes. The God King is defeated, but the door to the void is open, left there by the man I once thought would be divine.
Well, well, Quirkers. Look who finally graced us with their presence. I suppose... What? You're well... Honestly, Quirkers, some creature...
A huge group...
这边也是一样。
Quirkers! This battle is what they summoned the... That is the future Quirkers and I have ahead. The honor is all mine. I pray... I never thought I do come...
The cat comes.
伊凡。
Ifan beams at you, his blood-streaked face more jubilant than you've ever seen it. He reaches out and pulls you into a bear hug, clapping you on the back.
We did it. The odds were against us.
He reaches out his hand to grasp yours. Sauce crackles between you and in the air all around you. The world has changed.
Now we'll see something. We'll see what happens when everyone can harness their own divinity. I'm sure enough for the both of them. I knew it. With a world full of sorcerers, we should be able to make short work of the Voidwoken.
Ifan nods, but his mind is elsewhere already.
We'll need supplies. Source-forged steel, war owls, a central command from which to run sorties. What do you think? Is Arx the right location?
Seeing the look on your face, he laughs and shakes his head.
Old habits die hard, but I'm willing to bet these Voidwoken will die harder.
With that, Ifan salutes you. He whistles up his soul wolf and strides off to make arrangements, looking from head to toe every bit a leader of men.
交给你处理吧。
I suppose it's time for me to explore a new...
没一样。
It gives me almost as much pleasure to speak to you. I cannot say whether the future brings peace or... I am at the ready.
You look out to the end, and with a start, you realize...
看一下后面会变成怎么样。
The world was at peace, at least for now.
至少目前，之后就是内战时刻。
With its significance as the seat of divinity diminished, Arx fell into decline, and within 7 generations had emptied.
不到7代人时间就空无一人，太快了。
Few were as prepared for the new world as the lizardkin of the ancient empire. With power spread equally throughout the world, the advantage lay with those who knew how to steal it, and at this the lizards excelled. Justinia returns to her throne. Under her rule, the Dwarven kingdom prospered, until 2 years later, a jealous lover stabbed her in the heart with a mutton fork. With their power returned, the elves reclaimed their lands from the Death Fog and began to rebuild. Soon they would split as 2 factions sought power, one to bring back the trees, the other to bring back the scions. A dwarven joke did the rounds. It ends with the punchline, "So Lucian dropped the Death Fog on them again." Only the elven Godwoken could bring the elves together once more. And in a dark forest on the far side of the desert, well beyond the high seas, the Black Ring came together once more. The island of Fort Joy, the old redoubt of the Source King Brachus Rex, was turned over to the people of Driftwood to use as they wished. They turned it into a holiday resort. Reaper's Coast prospered. The fisheries returned, and the fertile farmlands produced the greatest harvests the surviving farmers had ever seen. Blood Moon Island became particularly fecund, its soil producing the greatest crops. A particularly crimson-fleshed orange grown on the island became a delicacy across half the world. The black pits took fire. The oil there burns still. Driftwood became a centre of industry, trade, and transport. Lohar the dwarf became mayor. His time in office was cut short by an unfortunate wound that spontaneously appeared on his neck. Lagan left his over-demanding wife and began a relationship with a local bard. In the spirit of loving generosity, he returned the ring to his now ex-wife. In a fit of rage, she threw it into the sea. The nameless isle had vanished. Although only open water remained, by instinct ships would steer clear. None of the captains could articulate why. Millennia later, adventurers would come in search of the legendary divine city of Arx and the crypt of the great Lucian. None would pass the path of blood. Sir Gareth thanked the surviving Seekers for their service and gave them their freedom. Disillusioned with the rising chaos, he set out alone to find a new purpose. He would never stop seeking. Young Han went into the theatre and became one of the realm's most popular actors. Almira and Mihaili settled in an abandoned homestead. The locals liked and respected Almira. She never wanted for help, and deals always fell to her favor. Outsiders were often suspicious, but no local would speak against her. With no new divine, Malady found herself in a predicament. She had an important problem to solve, but no ally strong enough to call upon, and so her search continued. Having performed the greatest act of necromancy in history, Tarquin found the new world unchallenging. He became obsessed with rumors of another plane of existence. One day he vanished and was never seen again. With Amadia silent, the priestess Gratiana left the swamps and re-entered the world. With more undead than ever before, she founded in the Dragonspine Mountains, offering them shelter from hatred and fear. Jehan, the demon hunter, found himself at a loose end. So, he opened a museum of demonic artifacts. After it burned down, with Jehan inside, witnesses claimed that the flames were the color of blood. As the forests grew anew and the elves were equals at last, Sahala shared elven knowledge of source with the world. But some elves disagreed and plotted against her. Chief amongst her opponents was Tova, Sahala's own mother. With a small band of elves, Ifan Ben Mezd replanted the lost elven forests. After the first fresh shoots broke the earth, he disappeared and was never seen again. Some say Afrit, his soul wolf, walks the forests still. Sabine wandered the world. She became a household name, famed the realm over as a traveling hero, celebrated wherever she went. Enjoying life to the fullest, she was truly and finally free. Lohse returned to her music and enjoyed a storied career as Rivellon's premier musician. Dark moods would at times overtake her, and she would spend long hours walking in the wilds. She always returned with a new song. And then there was you. You returned to the world a sorcerer among many. Your future was yours to decide. Did you accept your new status with humility? Only you know the truth.
应该都一样，还是整段跳过？最后变成神结局。变成神。
And so it ended. A tale that began with my own ill-fated attempt to rid the world of the godwoken. A new divine rose, a true heir to the Seven, more powerful than ever, and united Rivellon in its battle against the void. All across the realm he was loved, worshipped and adored. Humans, lizards, elves and dwarves all rallied to his banner. Great allegiance stood once more, but the war continued. From the depths of the void, the God King still sought to return. As for me, I was freed of the God King's terrible tyranny. I avoided an eternity of pain and suffering. Now I fight for the other side. Now, I fight for the divine.
神的光环。除了神的光环以外，什么都没有。还可以再增本。神会发光。
Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. A god, no less. And me in no state to shake hands. Divinity suits you. Though I know of one it might have suited even better.
你想要说自己是不是？你不配。
Melody stands tall and proud.
这个结局麦乐迪应
Sunlight
该最开心
sparkling
了。
off her mask.
Well, here we are again. You get an eyeful, Your Holiness. I expect it's the last we'll see of each other for some time.
She turns to you, arms.
Look at you. Magnificent.
气色看起来很不错。
Actually, I've never looked better. Except for one small.
She fingers the mask covering her face.
We've come a long way together. Soon, I'd like. But relax, enjoy. I certainly plan. Oh, and when the time. Your hope.
神明殿下。跟神我的属性也是差不多，没有特别神啊。
You escaped an abominable prison and confronted the king of all gods, only in turn to confront divinity itself. Not that your story is finished, of course. Your divinity shines upon all who walk Rivellon. And there will be those that escape to the shadows. You must be ready to face them, whenever they might emerge.
你有什么建议要给神吗？
As a matter of fact, yes.
我来听听。
Source makes for an excellent ally in matters of a demonic nature. Not only can void seep through the veil, but the beasts of Nemesis might similarly slip out of their own plane. Whether you are clever enough of a divine to keep Damien's disciples confined to Nemesis, I can't say. But I think we'll know soon enough. And I suggest you be ready.
接下来要干嘛？
Now that I am, once I've come to a conclusion, I promise you'll be the first to know.
刚刚是说第二个告诉你，现在是第一个告诉你。
Until we meet again.
反正已经就是去开博物馆，只是不知道会不会被火烧的事。
I've never been fond of what the divine stand. Reform my way.
Her eyes flick. Her
右倾，
Something to. Who but a god?
阿尔米阿都一样。
Oh my, you! Look who it is! Our brand new Lord and Saviour.
She curtsies low and looks up at you with a grin.
So, what's your first order of business? End world hunger? Instigate world peace? Send all spiders back to hell where they belong? Big job. I'd offer to help, but I've got some business of my own to attend to.
仔细说。
Get loot, play loot, get loot, get clad. So,
Yeah.
Chief, I guess this is it. Don't speak too soon. You're a god now, after all. Soon enough, your brain will be full of all the fates of all the people in all... Let me know if you see any falling boulders coming my way, though. Or goiters or something.
大脖子病，
As she turns from you,
See you
Darling,
神男友
there， come. Let me take a look at you. I've never known a god before they became divine. I was curious if it would have changed you.
she gives you a long, assessing look, but makes no immediate comment.
你觉得怎么样？
She paces around you like a cat, looking you over.
Well, you certainly look.
微微颤动，
But there's something in the air around you. It vibrates ever so slightly. There's magic in it. Power. Don't you feel it?
嗯，
Maybe you should give it a bit of time. That.
She laughs, and it's music to your soul.
你说了算。
I certainly hope so. We love each other after all.
A kiss, and oh, how sweet she...
Love conquers even divinity.
塔国音怎么样？
Well, if it isn't the new divine gracing me with his presence. How honored I am.
你想要干嘛？
That is the quest. No, of course. I intend to seek them out.
Tarquin smirked.
I didn't come all this way to show deference. Some friendly advice. All who rise are capable of falling. Gods, the divine, anyone. Remember where you came from. The last thing this world needs is more tyrants.
好了，闹着玩的。
Amazing I'm still here. That relationship always was. You're so much like him. My instincts tell me to kneel to the new divine. I've done so before, after all. But
I can't.
Gareth beams. For the first time, he is his own man. Yet his enthusiasm is not a man's, but a child's.
A friend, yes. That I know how to be.
For a moment, his mind...
Friends. I find a way to fit. And so I find out.
又有找目标，我的长官。
Well, Quercus, look what? You're well, honestly, Quercus. Some creatures have no sense.
A huge...
Of course.
The cat moved...
Quercus! Please, have a little decorum.
Quercus out...
This, they sum... That is the future, Quercus and I. And oh, I never thought... I do come, Quercus.
The cat curled...
这边都一样。伊凡应该普通吧？
Ifan gives you an appraising glance. Curiosity mingled with an emotion you can't quite put your finger on.
五味杂陈。
Reflected in the mirror of his eyes, you see yourself, majestic, powerful, emanating an aura of purest source. Ifan's lip curls slightly, and he looks away.
So, you're it. Our new divine. I truly hope you'll do better than Lucian. Be better.
我会尽力啊。
You'll need to do even better than that.
好了，我尽
But if
128
anyone
的力。
can, I believe it's you. If I can give one last piece of advice, remember that you serve the people, not the other way around.
你现在要做啥？
I need to fix what my actions destroyed. I'm going home.
帮精灵。
I'm going to return to the forests where I grew up, where the death fog detonated. I'm going to plant new seeds and see fresh shoots spring from the earth. Maybe we'll see each other again.
He pauses, as if about to say something else.
那费恩。
I suppose it's time for me to
费恩也是都一样。
It gives me almost as much pleasure to speak to you as it does to behold. Consider me to be a gift from that.
I feel better than new.
I will always be an ally. I am at the ready.
98。
You look out to the endless, and with a start, you realize where you must go. War raged on.
战争仍在继续。
Arx remained the center of power as the races united behind the divine. But the Voidwoken attacks continued as they did elsewhere. Arx would see many more long years of war. The ancient empire of lizards became one of the pillars of the new divine alliance. The houses of war and of shadows were particularly useful in the fight against the god king. The empire used the war to expand its territory.
被利用。
Justinia returned to her throne.
一定又被人刺死。
Under her rule, the
没有。
Dwarven kingdom fought for the divine, and her loyalty was unquestionable. Many fine and courageous dwarves did their people great honor, in battle and in death. With Lucian gone, the elves reluctantly rejoined the divine
极不情愿。
Their place in the war on the Void would entirely depend on the integrity of the new divine. And on the integrity of the elven Godwoken who did not ascend. And here and there, across the world, what was left of the Black Ring fought on. The island of Fort Joy remained a sorcerer's paradise, a place of exile for those whose sorcery threatened to bring in the void. For their well-being, its residents depended entirely on the benevolence of the new divine. Reaper's Coast struggled on. The farms and the fisheries fought to feed the people against the void-woken blight. The black pits took fire. The oil there burns still.
每个街区都在烧。
Driftwood teetered on the edge of starvation until the night the void-woken came from the sea. All were killed. This did, however, put an end to the famine. The nameless isle had vanished. Although only open water remained, by instinct ships would steer clear. None of the captains could articulate why. Arks battled on. Sir Gareth thanked the surviving Seekers for their service and gave them their freedom. Disillusioned with ongoing war, he set out alone to find a new purpose. He would never stop seeking. Young Han grew up a warrior and became one of the Alliance's greatest generals, but even he could not win the war. Almira and Mihaili settled in an abandoned homestead. The locals liked and respected Almira. She never wanted for help, and deals always fell to her favor. Outsiders were often suspicious, but no local would speak against her. With a new divine at the helm, Malady had a powerful ally, but she was in no hurry to call in her favor. After all, it might be the last thing she ever did. Having performed the greatest act of necromancy in history, Tarquin found the new world unchallenging. He became obsessed with rumors of another plane of existence. One day he vanished and was never seen again. The undead priestess Gratiana remained in her sanctuary, happy to wait for the war to pass. She was troubled only by the silence of her goddess. Jehan the demon hunter never stopped hunting for demons. Sahala sought to strengthen the Elven alliance with the new divine. Her powers of sight proved useful in the ongoing war against the Void, but she could never be sure that the new divine trusted her. Tova, her mother, was Sahela's most trusted warrior. With a small band of elves, Ifan ben Medst replanted the lost forests. After the first fresh shoots broke the earth, Ifan returned to the war, leading the elves in service of the divine. Some say Afrit, his soul wolf, walks the forest still. Sabine wandered the world. She became a household name, famed the realm over as a traveling hero, celebrated wherever she went. Enjoying life to the fullest, she was truly and finally free. Losa returned to her music and enjoyed a storied career as the Divine's premier musician. Dark moods would still overtake her, and she would spend long hours walking in the wilds. She always returned with a new song. And then there was you. For how much of this do you take credit? Or blame? And what kind of divine were you as the world battled on? Did you show mercy or strength? Did you sacrifice others as Lucian had done? Did you regret becoming divine? Should you have given your soul and sealed the veil? Only you know the truth. Only you know if you atone for your sins.
看起来，封印的帷幕应该是最好的结局，只是一凡会很不爽而已。可以看制作人员名单了，我现在去装水喝了。又破完了一款，叭叭叭叭！啊，神谕2真的是很好玩，只是难度选最低难度的那个应该会玩得更顺一点。经典难度我就有点吃力，上面还有更难的。有策略模式，那我看我一定是不行。我可以想一想接下来要玩什么。巫师3，能力，上古卷轴，上古卷轴是很不适合拿来实况。接下来可能会在下课买东西。十郎可能会买。你说要把所有的支线主线破完，真的要花超久。这个就应该打了超过95%的支线了，要80个小时，差不多80个小时破完，就玩一轮而已。不然有些地方有些战斗卡了大概半个小时以上，降难度应该就快一点。 做的人员名单蛮短的。这家做的下一款是《博德之门3》，这还没完全做完。他做完了可以买来玩玩看。噔噔噔噔噔。哦，突班机灵哦。赞助人员的名单比制作人员的名单还要长。这个是唱的歌诶。
Come to me, the night is dark. Come to me, the night is long. Sing for me, I'll sing along. Sing for me, oh, sing for me. Sway with me, we'll make them scream. Dance with me, we'll make them bleed. Sing for me, I'll sing along. Sing for me, oh, sing for me. Listen, do you hear it? Listen, do you feel it? Listen, I'm calling you. Listen, you do know me. Listen, swing and roll me. Listen, I'm calling you. can hold me this far. I'm going, I'm gonna leave.
这个是谁？贾斯蒂尼亚语王。P 了 ，QRSTUV XYZ。我 Q 好少。好多 Richard， 是蜡黄人吗？古龙的僵尸。最后一站的人都不会飞行，除了2个白衣静远导师，其他人都是站在地上。如果那边有可以召唤岩浆的法术的话，应该可以把全部人都弄死，连布拉克斯都可以秒杀。应该是牛顿法术。然后蜜源火加蜜源土能不能弄出来？召唤岩浆。 好多塔。赞助名单比制作人员名单还要长5倍以上，超级多。没了，要 Z 了。怎么个中文？刘耀星，刘耀清，哎，没了没了。没了，过完了，就早点关吧。过完了，明天不知道玩什么，先拜拜，拜拜。